Hello, Mr. Zoran and Nick and Iceblade and me. LPIC PDF open on page 390. Let me check if that's accurate. Did I switch it? Okay, this is not important. 390. Yep, that's the one. Definitely. Hey there, how are you? Good. Good enough. The day. A little bit of reading a book. A little bit of coffee. Some sunshine. Some Raspberry Pi operating system installation. You? Raining and then sunshine. Okay, okay. Did you manage to buy anything over there? Flea market? Oh, the chatbot started doing his thing. Not this time. Yeah, flea market is good if you're lucky. You know, if you go at the correct day or date when the thing that you might want to need is going to appear. I would like to get some more Amiga computers for you know, like tiny amount of money. But you have to guess the correct date when something like that is going to happen. Not sure how it is in your city, but in mine, usually if you come after 7 a.m., you're usually too late for the good stuff. Also, if you come after 8, usually you just come for the vibe and nothing else. Complete Y or we for €5. Yeah. Yeah, it happens sometimes. As I said, you know, people bring stuff that they don't care about or have no clue if it even works. So it's kind of up to you to, you know, to decide whether it's worth the risk depending on the price. You need to get at the correct time. No, I didn't mean time. I meant the date. You know, is today the date when your thing is going to appear? That's what I meant. But the time it's always early in the morning. I mean, nothing is stopping you from hanging out for a couple of hours and maybe waiting for a person who is going to show his merchandise a little bit later. But usually they are all there pretty early in the morning, like from 6 a.m. I'm a bit lazy on that part, but summer is coming, so we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm gonna attempt to go there and see what's going on, see what they have. I really don't expect them to have Amiga computers anymore. Those are either long time been in the actual trash or have been salvaged by the actual fans who may or may not sell them for not so cheaply, right? This Amiga 1200 that I have here, that one cost me like 1,000 euros, but not, how do I put it? Not directly. I mean, the computer itself was 425 British pounds, just the computer. And then there was the power supply, and then there was the floppy emulator, and then I added some more electronic parts to it, like the accelerator, uh, the mouse, the joystick. It kind of filled up, and the most of it I imported from the United Kingdom. Which is outside the European Union, so I had to pay for the whatever they call it, the import tax or something like that, when you import stuff into the European Union. I could buy from Poland. Poland also has a lot of Amigas. Most of them are being sold in the UK, so that's the best place to get them. Poland also has them. I just don't know the right people there. So this one actually I bought refurbished. It was already recapped. I mean, the capacitors were changed before I got it, and everything was properly cleaned up, like a high quality. What did I say? The refurbishment, right? Tariffs. I'm not sure if tariffs is the correct term. Import taxes, yeah. I mean, we always had import taxes in my country since forever. It's just that once we joined the European Union, then the import taxes are no longer just my country, but the entirety of the European Union, right? So now I pay for the import taxes when the stuff enters the Union and not just my country. So it's a lot. So now I can get a lot of stuff from all of the 27 countries in the union. So that's good. That's good. But the Amiga in particular, that one is, the best ones are in the UK. That's the thing. And they are getting more expensive as the days go by. So there is also that. I don't really need them, like from the perspective of the need, but I would like or even love to have all of them, like Amiga 500, maybe 500 plus, Amiga 600. I already have Amiga 1200, maybe CD32, the console one, stuff like that. There has been one particular. Let me switch here. Nushkalo. Translate to English. Yeah, let's translate to English so that everyone can understand. What was it called? Commodore CD-TV. That's the one. Let's see if it's still being sold. Apparently not. CD-TV was being sold for 600 euros for a very long time. Apparently it's gone. Let's see if I can find it by Commodore. I don't think it's here anymore. Maybe let's go with the higher price. Higher price. What is this? 500 euros for C64. 800 euros. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's gone. The CD-TV one. It was a good buy, but 600 euros is a bit too much for CD-TV. But yeah, the stuff like this is 350. I mean, it's the price is fine. The price is fine. It's just that usually there is an asterisk. Fully working, one key missing, and not responding to key press. So basically, you need to change the entire keyboard, which is not exactly cheap. Some keys are not working. Okay, so one key is not working, and some other keys are not working. Okay, so basically you need a whole new keyboard. Look at the photo. Floppy works, but the button is missing for floppy ejection. Price not fixed. Okay, so maybe it would go for 300 euros. So one added the button missing. That's kind of irrelevant if other buttons are not working as well. So there are some things that need to be altered on this one, and also the so the whole new keyboard basically, and the capacitors need to be swapped. But other than that, it's a fairly good. So help is not working, arrow keys are not working, and almost the entire numpad is not working. Okay, basically a new keyboard. Princess Ashley 99 on Twitch, welcome in, and thank you very much for. I suppose that's a nice thing to say. The beard is so long. Iceblade, one way of saying two times. What are you looking up? Princess Ashley is asking. Princess Ashley, we are preparing for learning the next lesson on Linux. Basically, it will be about VI editor. Let's make it simple enough. You know, we're going to learn VI today. But while I'm waiting for a little bit more people to gather up, we were just discussing flea market and what some of us would like to buy on the flea market. So I'm just looking up some of the Amiga computers. I'm a big Amiga fan, so from that perspective, I am looking for more Amiga computers. Zoran is asking, Amiga 500 complete for 320 euros. Is that cheap or expensive? If everything is completely functional, then it's a standard price. Then it's a normal price. So nothing is broken, right? Then it's a standard price. Yeah, they go around 300 euros nowadays if everything is working. But you need to be aware if the original capacitors are still on the motherboard, then you need to change them. You need to change them before you start using the Amiga, simply because they tend to leak after 20 plus years, and now they have like 30 plus years. The Amiga 500 are from 1985, you know, so that's quite a lot of years. 40 years now, is it? No, 30 years. But yeah, you need to swap the capacitors. You don't want them to leak. It's a small price to pay to swap them before they leak, because once they leak, you have a whole lot of problems on the motherboard. Princess Ashley 99 saying that you are also IT nerd. Yeah, of course. Was the same with the super capacitor of the original Xbox, I suppose. My Amiga 1200 has normal capacitors swapped, but they can hold a lot. There are some I'm not that much into electronics, but I am aware that there are new kind of capacitors that don't leak, like never. So you can put that one in, but mine doesn't have those. It has normal capacitors which are going to leak after 20 years. So, but that's fine, right? That's the Amiga. Just in case, if you were wondering. Sorry if it's upside down, but my camera cable is too short for me to turn the camera. Nice 1200, yeah. Princess Ashley's asking, so tell me about you. What is there to know about? Where do we go? I can show you. Some stuff of mine. So that's kind of my website. You can read something about me here and read some of my blog posts here. Also, there is a channel that I do quite a lot about Linux, apparently. And we're live at the moment. So yeah, something like 200 videos in the past year and a half. Usually just the Linux stuff, free software stuff. Tell me some interesting things. I play video games. Is that interesting? That's cool, huh? You love wearing the hat? It's actually completely unimportant. Like honestly, it's completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. But sometimes people see something intriguing on a thumbnail. Sometimes makes my thumbnail a little bit more clickable. I hope. I don't know. So from that perspective, it's kind of a branding thing. But generally, it really doesn't matter. People come here for listening about Linux and free software. Generally, not for the hat. You look like the magic guy. I suppose I could pass. I had a clean shave face 2 years ago, so that's like 2 years of beard. But every month, my barber says that she cuts around 1 centimeter every month. I don't pay attention how much she cuts off, but apparently my beard grows faster than 1 centimeter per month, since it managed this plus 1 centimeter cutoff. I don't think that it will grow that fast if she wouldn't be cutting it, but she kind of cut off like 24 centimeters in 2 years. Are you bald? Yeah, I'm bald. No hair. That's actually one of the reasons why I wear the hat, because I'm bald. Oli Studio, what's up? Just here to mention how much I love the hat. Oh, okay. So I guess the hat has its followers then. Oh God, or good? I mean, the head is like more or less clean shaven, but I consider myself bald. I mean, the amount of hair that I have when I do let it grow, it, it's not very representable. So whatever, just cut it all off. hair growth is not affected by cutting since the hair follicles don't get affected. I don't know, Iceblade. My barber says that I must cut my beard regularly to keep it healthy, so I have no clue. You didn't know I was bald? Who said that? It kind of went away. I didn't see who wrote that. What? Oh, Ghost Warrior, welcome in. What distro you use in this moment? Arch Linux. Just Arch Linux. Wait, the hat is detachable. Yeah, it can be detached. Your wife likes the bald head. Pretty much, yeah. She actually cut my hair off when I was 25, I think, roughly 25 years old. At that time, I had good hair, and she already cut it off because she liked it on me, like being bald and stuff. It's not that she supports it, it's more like she initiated me being bald a long time ago, and I never had hair ever since. But I did do this recently. Also, my dog likes my bald hair. Whenever I'm lying down, my dog comes and licks my head. Well, you can, Princess Ashley, you can interpret that the way you said it. I don't mind. I look good to myself, so it is what it is. I just need a magic sword or a staff or something to be the full-on wizard. She basically said, you're starting to balding, cut it before I see anything. Could be. Last night I noticed that there is a hilarious Linux reference in Mr. Robot. I don't remember Mr. Robot. I don't think I do. How old am I? 40, 43? Yeah, 43. I kind of stopped counting after 30. The dog likes the salt of your head. It's not love. Yeah, it could be. Could be that it's salt, yeah. Tell me about the holy shit. What is it about the shit that is holy? Is that like a lot or little or surprising, unsurprising maybe? That's kind of interesting to me. Do tell, do tell. What up? What up with the shit? Or the holy shit? You rolled, yes, yes. But the 2 pound shit. Uh, I guess I identify as old, yeah. Uh, But before I said that, I don't suppose that you can now go back to guessing the age, but maybe you tried to guess it before I told you. I was just wondering, what do I look like on camera? Like few lesions ago, touch crap. Ice Blade is being cryptic a little bit. Go on big screen. Oh, big screen it is again. But I don't suppose you can do that. You can guess again after I told you. That's quite a lot less. That's quite a lot less. So thanks. Thanks. I tried. I don't see any wrinkles. There is some here. Like the take the hat. There. No head stream today. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna take it back anytime. Also the game mode. When we do video game streams. Up to 35. That's nice. Kind of nice to know that. I don't know the American measures, so hopefully you can do centimeters. I am 191. Like 191. I bet without the beard he looks about 12. Maybe. I don't think so. But let me show you something. Let me show you something. Ollie Studio. Sounded a bit defensive. It's fine. Ollie Studio. Stand up. I don't have proper clothes to get up. I'm just kidding. I have an old Zoran. How do you say trenirka in English? No, I mean I'm fully dressed, but the stuff that I have on me is not very representable for the camera. Sweatpants, yeah, but really old ones. I wanted to show something to Oldie Studio. Let me just find it quickly. Actually, I can show it on stream just for the shits and giggles. Sunday gear, yeah, Sunday gear. That's so tall if the number is right. Oh, we can check. We can check. Let me check. Let's do 191 centimeters to. Does this work? Nah, that's not what I meant. To feet then? Sorry, I'm a bit stupid for conversions. Okay, so Zoran, was it, that said 6'3", so I guess 627 if that's a thing. Let's see, 6.3 feet 2 centimeters. Yeah, it's pretty close. So 6.3 feet is this much more than I am. I think you can use KRunner for such conversions. KRunner? Okay. I can't choose between Arch and OpenSUSE for my daily use for programming, distro hopping. What do you recommend for programming? I think that depends on what kind of programming. Are you programming? What's your target for programming? Are you programming something specifically for Linux? Are you doing desktop applications like multi-platform for both Windows, Linux, macOS? Are you doing web development? Oh, Rust and C. But what is the target for the Rust and C? I'm not going to give you a precise answer. I'm just trying to understand the goal. I can only tell you some directions, but you're going to have to find your own way for the perfect distribution. Embedded system. Embedded system. Embedded system sounds like something that is not a bleeding edge target. if you know what I mean, like you probably don't need the latest tools that came out yesterday. So from that perspective, any of the long-term support distributions, in my opinion, where are you from? Your accent is cool. That's Croatia, like Central, South Europe, something between Italy and Austria. But yeah, Rust and C. I don't know about Rust. I am not sure how much Rust depends on packages from the distribution, but C you can do on any distribution. I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, nice to meet you, Puerto Rican princess. I understand. Thanks for opinion. So you're like Austrian? No, just Croatian. You don't call it the Balkans? We do. We do. Are we doing LPIC today? Yeah, we are. I wanted to show something on stream before we start. I think that's unzoomed enough. Yeah, so that's Croatian here. Austria is here. A little bit of Slovenia. Maybe I should have said Hungary and Italy. It's more in line. Oh crap. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is what I meant. Croatia here. Croatia here. Sorry, Hungary here. Hungary here. Italy here. Dan Yurov, welcome in. My daughter and son-in-law lived in Split for several years. My granddaughter was born there. Oh, Croatian granddaughter. Congratulations. Girls from Split are very, very pretty. So I'm not sure if that beauty is happening just by being born in that city, or if it's genetics. But if it's by just being born there, then she's going to grow up in, it's just what I think of grown-up girls from Split. Can you handle Spanish? No, not really, not really. It must be true, yeah. I may be able to understand like the most simple sentences in Spanish, but that's pretty much it. Ghost Warrior is living in Brazil, but part of my family are Italians. Okay. Cute for over 40. That's also nice to know. What I actually wanted to show to Oli Studio. Let's go with the oldest, which is not showing here because it's hidden. Let me fetch it from my other browser, which is logged in. Oh, it's not showing here either. Content. 1 second. How many videos do I have? Last page. There we go. So click here, get shareable link. Shareable link. So this was 3 years ago. That's pretty much my facial style that I had for many years. Three years ago. And it was a different camera. Why my hands look so huge? I don't know. Long ones, I suppose. I'm quite thin. Short beard is better. Yeah, it is what it is. But the wizard. I don't think I was doing anything here except talking. Yeah, the first version. That's the first version ever of Red Hat that I have had. This was like 2 years before I purchased this one. Also, get shareable link. This one is from the same time. Is this the second one? I think it is. Crap. Is this the same video? Oh crap, I copied the same video, sorry. Get shareable link. I meant this one. This one is with the hoodie. I have no idea why I did that, but experiments. It doesn't say the exact date, but it was a couple of weeks apart. I don't know. Maybe you can tell by the beard. This one was clean cut. This one was unmaintained for, I don't know, 2 weeks or something. Yeah, so the question, you didn't change much in 3 years? In this age, you looked like Walter White, Mr. Robot style there you have. Okay, now you're giving me too many compliments, which is something that I'm not able to I can talk to the camera and do this technical stuff about Linux, but I'm very, very much an introvert, and this is not very natural for me to get these kind of sentences. Not that I mind, I just have no clue how to respond to those. Yeah, I mean, thank you very much for saying what is on your mind. I'm just trying to tell you that it's really hard for me to respond to some of your stuff that you say. You got to hold back. He's gonna freeze. No, I'm not gonna freeze. It's just that I'm not used to, I suppose. No. Wife would get mad if you would be here, like next to me or something like that. Words on the stream can't harm anyone. But I am the one who has difficulties with processing, as someone said above. You know, the fun part is that where is it? Trying to point into the right direction. That's what that's what my wife wants. She wants this beard back, the short one. Just say thank you, keep these compliments coming, and send me a donation for the channel. People will send donations when they feel like it. But yeah, keep the compliments coming. that much I can say. He is not multi-threaded on compliments. That's for sure. That's for sure. Shave it off. We'll see. We'll see where that goes. So, not sure if Princess Ashley is into Linux, but if she is, then you are welcome to participate in the lesson today, which we are late like 45 minutes. And if not, then feel free to stay and hang out. A lot of people grab it. A lot of people grab it, even grown-up men and other grown-up women. The last party that we had on in my company where I work, there was a lot of drunk people, and some random girl came in and made me a what do you call platenica in English? You know, when you take 3 parts of your hair and put them. I don't know what the name for that is. Braid. Yeah, she made braid for me. Like completely random girl, woman. I don't know. Why did I get messages here? Oh, damn. Someone just bought a cup from me. Someone just purchased this exact same mug from me and also donated $10 to me. So thanks a lot. I'm not sure if I can. Maybe I should not read other people's names on stream, but I can see the name. If you're here on the stream, thanks. I had to buy one. That was you? If that's you, then thank you very much. Ah, Dan Yurov. Okay. I wasn't sure, so I didn't read it. What did Alexei said? I missed it. This Elpic stream is getting weird real fast. Okay. Apologies. Difficulty 3. Navigate a document, understand VI modes, insert, edit, delete, awareness of Emacs, Nano, and Vim. Configure the standard editor. Okay, who is new on the Sunday stream? That person is going to be in for a nice ride. In most Linux distributions, VI, abbreviation for visual, is pre-installed, and it is the standard editor in the shell environment. V is an interactive text editor. It shows the file content on the screen as it is being edited. As such, it allows the user to move through and make modifications anywhere in the document. However, unlike visual editors from the graphical desktop, the VI editor is a shell application with keyboard shortcuts to every editing tasks. Iceblade thought Nano was default editor. Maybe on the like all of the modern easier distributions, but VI is what you will find on pretty much every distribution. Princess says, didn't bite, but should bite. I do welcome you to have one of these, if you want. I'm probably going to put the t-shirt as well on sale for at some point. But these are like demo stuff. How Iceblade says, time for self. What did you say usually, Iceblade? Like self. I forgot how you said it. Self promo or something. Plugging. Shameless plug. I remember now. Shameless plug. Actually, my wife got me these, but you know, if people want them, I'm gonna put them on the shop. Shameless plug. I don't make them yet, but I sometimes wear them on stream, and nobody asked for clothes yet, so I just didn't put them on the shop. If you make, please, I'll buy some. Okay, in that case, I'll put them, but I can't do it right now. Caden the Raver, welcome in, Cade. I love cozy, warm PJs. This one is actually warm, the last one. What's up, Cade? How do you feel? Pajamas? No, it's not pajama. It's like a t-shirt. T-shirt? No, shirt with long sleeves, but it's a little bit. How do I put it? When it's really nice from the inside. I don't know what's the material. Fleece? Yeah, it could be fleece. Yeah. Pajamas. I'll see what I can do. An alternative to VI called Vim or VI Improved is sometimes used as a modern replacement for VI. And once again, the LPIC material is being late to the party because there is a modern replacement for Vim nowadays that is called the NeoVim. I love fleece stuff, and Cadence says some type of something. Some type of something. Yeah, Alexei was right. This stream is going to get really weird. Among other improvements, Vim offers support for syntax highlighting, multi-level undo, redo, and multi-document editing. Although more resourceful, Vim is fully backwards compatible with VI, making both indistinguishable for most tasks. The standard way to start VI is to give it a path to a file as a parameter. So VI is the precursor, did not know that. Yeah, so the latest one is NeoVim. Before that it was Vim. Before Vim it was VI. And before VI there was more of it. The VI was not the very first one. So it's kind of interesting. Yes, to jump directly to a specific line, its number should be informed with a plus sign, as in VI plus 9. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. What was the... it's not what I wanted. It was me playing with DistroBox. SSH. Login. Why didn't it... Oh, it's root, sorry. Why did I try to log in as root? What's up with that? Missing at. Silly me. Now it's fine. Let's go to the cut paste. got Lala from the last time, whatever. 209? No, it's 206. What kind of music do I like? It is getting a little bit awkward around the questions, but I don't know, all kinds of music. I don't think that's something that I could filter out in particular. There is too many. There is too many. It just depends on the mood. However, VI plus 9 ets setup retro game music. VI. What is it? The file setup. Okay, ets setup. So this enters the setup. Let's quit it and see what plus 9 will do for us. Oh, so it just jumps to the 9th line. That's kind of nice and neat. Didn't know that it can do that. Actually, I have no idea how VI works. I'm one of those who just learned how to exit VI because the standard editor being defined in the shell often opens up VI for me, so I really need to know how to exit it. But other than entering the interactive mode, the editing mode, and exiting and saving, I don't know much beyond that. Never really needed it. I mean the advanced stuff. I also don't know the VI or Vim motions. So I guess we're going to learn those any minute now. And place the cursor at the 9th line. Without a number, the plus sign by itself places the cursor on the last line. Let's see how that works. Let's go just with the plus. Oh, definitely the last line. So you can just use a parameter before you open any file. Apparently you can, you know, like get me to the line XYZ immediately. VI's interface is very simple. All space available in the terminal window is occupied to present a file, normally informed as a command argument to the user. Well, it's not the entire screen. There is one line here that's not occupied by the content of the file, but other than that, yes. The only visual clues are a footer line. Yeah, that's what I said, showing the current position of the cursor and a tilde indicating where the file ends. Read-only file. Sorry about that. Delete, exit, quit. We can't quit anymore. The red thing is not going away from my screen. Okay, let's quit with the exclamation. No, I know how to quit. I was just waiting for it to for the warning to disappear because I wanted to read what it says here. So it says 17 lines and how many bytes, but it doesn't tell us which line are we on by default, and that's quite useful for me. In a lot of cases, I like to know which line we are on. I'm sure it can be customized, but it's not like that by default. I used Blackbird, by the way. Okay, sorry. There are different execution modes for VI where program behavior changes. The most common are insert mode and normal mode. The insert mode is straightforward. Text appears on the screen as it is typed on the keyboard. It is the type of interaction most users expect from a text editor, but it is not how VI first presents a document. To enter the insert mode, the user must execute an insertion command in the normal mode. The escape key finishes the insert mode and returns to normal mode, the default VI mode. If you're interested to know more on the other execution modes, open VI and type help Vim modes intro. Well, we can check that out. No help for Vim modes intro because we're not in Vim, maybe? Wait, why didn't we quit? Oh, we don't have Vim. Okay, do we have nano? We do have nano, okay. Funny we use Vim for VI info. Yeah, it says that we should use Vim modes intro. I don't know what to think of that. That's what the PDF says. It says help VI. Okay, VI modes intro. No such thing. Let me try on Vim. Help Vim. Oh, the Vim has tab autocomplete. Vim. Or does it? Modes. Intro. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how the motions work on the keyboard. Tab, arrows, stuff like that. Normal mode, visual mode. It's Vim Tiny. Install normal Vim. Oh, the one I have here. Select mode. Insert mode. What is the difference between visual mode and insert mode? Oh, the visual mode is like a normal mode, but movement commands extend the highlighted area. Terminal job mode, the one in Debian. Quit, quit, exit. Quit, quit, quit. What did I do? Quit, quit. Just VI. Where does it say that this is Vim Tiny? It doesn't present itself as Vim Tiny. It says it's running in VI compatible mode. It is Vim Tiny. Was there not a which command for this? There is, but maybe not for what you think it is. Sudo apt install Vim. Now we have the real Vim. What's the uptime on this one? Okay. Sudo apt. I'm just looking what's up there for upgrading. Nothing that we would need today. Okay. Vim no longer running in any kind of compatibility mode. Help. What was it? What was the command? Vim modes. Vim. I'm going to the right. Vim use, Vim dev, Vim mech, Vim use, Vimball, Vim diff, Vim info, Vim raku, Vim 9, Vim command, Vim files. There is a lot of stuff here. that starts with Vim. Yeah, okay. Vim modes intro. Okay, there we go. Same thing. Iceblade says, yeah, I don't remember, but I thought a similar name for a command. Okay. Did I miss any Twitch messages? I was reading at the wrong screen all of the time. Let me just check my Twitch.
200. Can we get 222 follows?
If you heard something that was someone else's stream on Twitch that I accidentally opened, creator dashboard. Stream manager. It's Princess Ashley with some messages. I thought you would love rock. I'm so lost and this is confusing. Vim can be confusing, that's for sure. I don't remember, but I thought I read that already. Vim is even confusing for me because now I don't know how to exit from whatever I got myself into. That was one quit, colon, another quit, and colon, another quit, and we're out. I think you meant which. He did mean which. He meant which, but which is like just to show you where the binary is at. I suck at computer stuff. Computer stuff is easy. Vim is a little bit odd one. Okay, let's go with the normal mode. Normal mode, also known as command mode, is how VI starts by default. In this mode, keyboard keys are associated with commands for navigation and text manipulation tasks. Most commands in this mode are unique keys. Some of the keys and their functions on normal mode are $0, go to the beginning and end of the line. Immediately I'm going to try to find some logic in this, because by finding logic I have an easier time to remembering stuff. So let's go and copy edit tab to our local folder. No, I meant the dot. Remove this file. Okay. Vim tab. It's nicely colored. Let's decrease the font. What begin? Iceblade says what begin? What begging? Are you begging? And end, those are opposites. Beginning. Yeah, what I was wondering is how are these logical? Why is the 0 going to the beginning of the line? I suppose that makes some logic. Let's press 0. Yeah, 0 goes to the beginning of the line. Okay, that's easy to remember. But then the string or the $sign goes to the end of the line. No, it does not actually. I just pressed dollar and it went here. It went here. That's not the end of the line. Alexei says that it makes sense from regex. From regex, where dollar means at the end, but then caret is the one that goes to front. So I guess we could use half logic here, but when I pressed the $sign, it didn't go to the end. However, this may be the end of the line for some reason. Look, when I go with the arrows left and right, you can see my pointer moving. I'm going to the right. Look, I'm not sure if I can put it. I'm pressing right. I'm still pressing right and it's not going. There is no system here. Why is it stopping here? Why doesn't it go further than B from boot? This, I don't get it. Let's open this file. I think resizing the terminal broke it. So this is perfectly fine. Yeah, resizing terminal may have broken it. Now it works, but this is really odd. This is really odd. If Vim is unable to process terminal resizing, then I don't want to use this editor personally. This is something that I do very frequently when I use my editor. I always resize the fonts, even when not on the stream. Sometimes I just sit on a laptop. It starts with one font size. I increase it, decrease it, depending on what I do. It has to be able to survive a font resizing. It's just something that I would expect. Let me check if in NeoVim, Princess Ashley likes big font too. I mean, it's easier on the eyes. If you don't need high density, then it's definitely easier, especially on a laptop. Let me just quickly sudo apt install NeoVim and let's see if this one can survive. It's an older version of NeoVim, but it doesn't matter. Let's be honest, you don't want to use this editor anyway. It's not that I don't want to use this editor. It's more that I am kind of getting into the Emacs. I'm not there yet, but they behave completely differently. So not sure how much energy investment is this editor worth for my use case. Do you wear glasses? I have glasses. I wear them almost never. I don't know why. I don't even have them here. I think that I left them in my car or something. Yeah, they're not here. Not nano. Why did I do that? I wanted nvim tab. Okay, let's go to the end of the line. This works. Beginning of the line. This works. Okay, let's go to the end of the line. It still works. Still works. Now let's decrease it. 0. Let's go to the end. Well, this one works. Vim setup. At this point, I'm no longer sure if Vim is Vim or is it NeoVim, because NeoVim, I think, installs his own shortcuts. Let's see it. Vim is VI improved, nvim is nvim, and VI is still VI improved. Okay, then we can try this one once again. It goes to the end of the line and it doesn't go to dev mapper. And when we, because dev mapper is the second line. Okay, I'm just being silly. Yeah, it's broken or not. Let's go to the end of the line. Okay, yeah, it's completely broken. Let's try NeoVim just one more time to the right, to the right, to the right, and then decrease this font. 0 and 0 and 0 and 0 and yeah, NeoVim works perfectly. Okay. If you ask me, well, let's give one more chance to Vim. Let's give just one more chance to Vim. I don't want to write it off just yet. Let's go to Arch Linux here. Let's go to Arch Linux, and do we have Vim here? Yeah, we have the latest version. Let's blow this up. Vim at its tab. Okay. Let's just walk a little bit here. Yeah, so far it's becoming fine. Let's resize it some more. Sorry for the tiny font. I just wanted to see how it behaves. This one works fine. The one on Arch Linux works fine. And it could be a bug in the version that ships with Debian, which is version 9.0 point something. So is VI an alias for Vim now? It is. It is. Okay. Update alternatives. Display VI. Is this what you wanted? It could also be SSH. Some apps are funky with it. Ah, okay. That part you got it right. Yeah, SSH 0. Let's SSH into the host 0 just for a test, and then let's go ahead and Vim at its first tab once again. Thank you very much, Alexei, for saying this, especially if you're correct. 0. I know you can't see the tiny font, but I can. 0 and yeah, it works fine. I'm now in SSH session and it works fine. This continues to point in the bug in the Vim version 9 Elpic demo Vim. Actually, we can just run it to see the version. Yeah, so 9.0 something. I was actually looking for a reason to consider NeoVim as the default VI editor. But it didn't work out the way I wanted. I wanted just to simplify things. Okay, we spent so much time on this that although it doesn't make too much sense yet, I kind of remembered it already because I used it too many times already. Go to the beginning and the end of the document. And because document has a letter G in the name, then we are going to use the G. We are going to use the letter G. 1G or G, beginning and the end of the document. How do I press the key on my keyboard that is 1G? What the hell is 1G? How do I press 1G? Unique keys. Best viewers on stream, boo. Kaden, are you still here? Kaden, I need help cleaning up spam. 1 plus G? We're going to find out very soon. Kaden, are you still here? My moderator is not here. Okay, Princess Ashley is now moderator. You can ban the if you want to wield the ban hammer, make yourself at home and ban this boring people with spam. Ah yes, the beginning of the line. 4D deletes 4 lines. And Vim tab. I'll be the boss up in here, don't worry. Yes, boss. One G. Okay, you can see on the bottom right what I typed apparently. And if I just press G, I'm pressing G, nothing is really happening. I was expecting it to go to the end of the document. 1G, still at the beginning of the document. 1G, 1G, G. Ah, the capital G. The capital G. It's G, not G. Okay, okay, major G. Okay, so capital G goes to the end of the document and 1, and then capital G goes to the beginning. However, I accidentally discovered something else. If I type lower caps G, see, and if I type lower caps G again, then it goes to the beginning of the document. Why? Why does it go to the beginning of the document? It's much easier to remember just GG's. You know, when you win with your friends in a game, you say GG's. It's easier to remember GG's than 1G. So 6G goes to line 6. 6G. Oh, interesting. What about 99G? That one goes to the line 17. Okay, but why GGs go to the beginning of the text? I need to know that. I like GGs. Go to the beginning and end of the sentence. Just comma. Or oh no, it's not just comma. It's the parentheses, comma, and or not the comma. Sorry, this is so confusing when they put commas in here. You don't know what you're reading exactly. Now I know what is it. It's open and closed parentheses. G goes to the beginning of the document in Pagers 2, by the way. Okay. Princess told me it's confusing. Yeah, the document requires a little bit of concentration. Okay, so the parentheses, let's open them. Why did it move up? Why did it go up? Okay, let's go. Now I am in the line. I'm in the first line that starts with UUID. You can see where I am. And I press open parentheses and it jumps 1, 2, 3, 4 lines up for some reason. And if I do the closed parentheses, it goes to the end of the document. Go to the beginning and end of the sentence. Should I do a workout today or be lazy? Roll the dice, maybe. Maybe it needs real sentence. David Zientara just donated $5 to the YouTube super chat. Thank you very much, David. Thank you very, very much. It would be a leg day. Do you have stuff at home for leg day? I mean, it's fairly easy to do legs. You can do it lying down, I suppose. But I'm still confused about. Let's go to real sentence as the as Iceblade said. Okay, open parentheses, closed parentheses. So it did go to the end of the sentence. It went to after the end of the sentence. Basically, the closed parenthesis goes to the beginning of the next sentence or to the beginning of whatever after the current sentence. But if we go to the open parentheses, now it went to the beginning. Now it went to beginning. Yeah, I suppose. Now I remember. Now I understand why it goes here. It went to the second line when I said open parentheses because that's the first position after the last period. Spaces. Who said separated by spaces? Separated by dots, you know. Do you work out? I'm lazy. I should, but I'm lazy. That's why I have such thin arms. Not enough workout. Okay, I think we got this right. So the parentheses go to the, well, they search for dots, apparently. Go to the beginning and end of the paragraph. That's going to be interesting. Okay. Beginning, end. Oh, damn, it jumped all the way to the end of everything, and I suppose that's because we don't have any lines that are empty. Aren't you skinny? Yeah, I'm skinny. Very, very skinny. At the do you know BMI scale? You know how it looks. Usually, it has these like green. Like there is like a golden green or something, and to the red is obese, and to the separate way from the obese is whatever you call it. I'm on the left side. Else, no, left side. It basically jumps to the next empty line. Okay, let's go to insert mode and let's insert stuff in here. Stuff has been inserted here. Why is it colored? That part is a bit confusing, but let's write it. Okay, it's written. And let's go to the next. Okay, next paragraph now works properly. Okay, so I press the closed curly brace and I am at the end of the document, and now I'm going to press the open curly brace once. Now it goes back to the first empty line, and now I'm going to press the open curly brace one more time and it goes to the beginning of the document because it doesn't follow tab syntax. Okay. So Vim is being a smartass. Nice. Nice. That's good to know. Jump word and jump word including punctuation. Punctuation. www and now shift W. It's kind of interesting. How do I go back? Mine says I'm normal weight. I'm only 130 pounds. I wish I knew what pounds are. Okay, now I know. 130 pounds, easy to lift. So that's good, practical. Left, down, up, and right. So the crown of the Vim editor, H, J, K, and L. I'm very small, that's why I have 130 pounds. You have small people that are sometimes as wide as tall, so that's not very healthy. I mean, they exist. Font size, HJKL. Zoran is now converting something that I have already converted on screen. But thank you very much. HJKL, okay. So for those of you not following the PDF, I am now doing just the J and K, moving up and down because these are in the middle, so they go up and down. And the ones on the left and right, so basically H and L, they go left and right, yeah. Left and right is easy to remember, and the ones in between of the left and right go up and down. So that's not very hard to remember, but it may require a little bit of muscle memory. Zoran says, sorry, was on my shell and listening to the stream. I don't apologize. I'm just saying that I was a bit faster than you were. That's all. No worries about it. Also the font size person. E or E, go to the end of current word. So W is jump to the next word, but E goes to the end of the word. Okay, that's kind of interesting. And this one also jumps words. Yeah, so E also jumps words, just as the W does, except we just go to the except the E jumps. I'm just trying to understand it. Let's go to actual words. E jumps to the end of the next word, while W jumps to the beginning of the next word. Okay. What is my weight? Mine is... Why can't I type? Oh, now I can. Mine is... I think 72. So whatever it says on the screen. That here. Search forward and backwards. Okay, so I knew about the forward search, didn't know about the question mark. That's kind of useful. Let's search for media. Oh, highlighted immediately. That's nice. How about typing the question mark? Maybe not. Maybe we need forward slash and then question mark and then use. No. Nope. Use. I will guess you 170. No, less than 160. Or very close to 160. How does the question mark work? That part I didn't manage to try. Question mark is back search in less 2. Okay, let's search for mount, which is just on the left of my cursor. I type question mark and then mount, but it highlights all of them. But it goes to the first one before. And the N key goes to the next one. No, the N key goes to the previous one. The N key searches for the next one, but in reverse. But if I search with this forward slash and then type mount and enter, and I press N now N searches for the next one in the forward direction. Yeah, so it wasn't very visible in the editor itself, but the N key searches for the next iteration of whatever you searched, just as in less. However, it depends in which direction the N key will go. If you searched with the question mark, then the N key will go backwards. If you searched with the forward slash, then the N key will go forward. N should go to the capital N. Interesting. Yeah, capital N goes back. What if we search for the mount? Okay. But wait, what if we search for the mount with the question mark? You see the lower caps N goes backwards now, but that's because I searched with the question mark. But if I press capital N now the capital N goes forward. So basically the capital N So basically the capital N goes to the opposite direction of your initial search query. The capital N doesn't go backwards, it just goes the opposite direction of what you initially searched, depending on if you started with forward slash or with question mark. It just, the capitality of the N reverses the direction. But you can also see it here. If you look at the question mount, I'm pressing N. You can see the question mount in the bottom left. And if I start pressing Shift now, it changes to the slash. You see what I'm doing? I'm changing between the lower caps and caps N. I'm just noticing the pattern. It's interesting to remember. As much logic as I can dig up immediately, it will be a lot easier to remember later. Shift often inverts stuff. Yes, yes. 25 squats. I know what squats are good for. Like question mark is Shift plus. Well, on the US keyboard, definitely yes. Not on. No, I meant S. But yeah, legs too. On Creation keyboard, I actually don't remember. I don't have any nearby. But it's not on the same spot. In Croatia, I think the forward slash is Shift 7 and question mark is Shift, basically where the plus sign is on the US keyboard. No, it's not naughty, it's just, facts. Facts are facts. Let's enter the insert mode. And by insert mode, I don't mean anything nasty. It's just the text editor. Remember, it's just a text editor. I got slash, Iceblade says I got slash on 7 and question on plus. Yeah, that's the same as in Croatian keyboard. What's your country, Iceblade? I forgot. Why do we have? Is it Germany? I'm just randomly doing the thing now. Sweden. Yeah, I have no clue how the keyboard in Sweden looks. I surrender. I surrender. Let's do the insert mode. Enter the insert mode before the current, similar to most ISO keyboards. Yes. Enter the insert mode before the current cursor position and at the beginning of the current line. I think the one who created us humans had known why the two hands are needed. I think that makes sense. I like to make sense of things. Enter the insert mode before the current cursor position and at the beginning. So 2 letters, sorry. The lower caps I, 1 character on the left of the current cursor position, and capital I at the beginning of the current line. You're right for other things too. Yeah. I should be teaching, I don't know, stuff other than Linux. I'm just kidding, but it's kind of fun. Let's press the lower caps I. Did it move somewhere? I. We are highlighting the letter S, and I press I, and yes, I suppose it goes after the Y. Yeah, it goes one spot to the left of the whatever was highlighted. Capital I starts editing in the beginning of the line. Okay, good. UG0908, welcome in. How are you doing? Fine. I'm doing fine. Okay. Iceblade already read my message. Where was I? Sorry, I was in Matrix for a moment. In the Matrix. Letter A. Enter the insert mode after the current cursor position and at the end of the current line. This I actually did not know. Iceblade thinks the princess should act like one. No. You want to have a lot of diversity in the types of princesses that exist in the world. Not all of them needs to be the same. I'm just saying. But I do get derailed by some of the comments. That's for sure. Where is my matrix? Where did I start? Here it is. Sorry, typing stuff on Matrix. Whoever is on Matrix knows what I'm typing. Enter the insert mode after the current cursor position and at the end of the current line. So, small caps A goes after the selection. What do you call this? This highlight mode. The highlight. Can I just call it the highlight? So lower caps A enters the insert mode after the highlight, and capital A goes to the end of the line. and also enters insert mode. I suppose if you see the need to start deleting from the end of the line, that's good. Let me stop talking. Yeah, so sorry, I was I got a bit distracted, but that's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, we dealt with this one. So the lower caps O and the upper caps O is something like, how do you do that in cartoon? Like sorry, but you know the when the cartoon has one small eye and one big one. I suppose I can't do that with my face, but it looked funny in my head when I imagined the small caps. So add a new line and enter the insert mode in the next line or in the previous line. Let's see how that behaves. Let's go to, I don't know. We are highlighting the word UUID and press the, what was it? The small o. Small o enters a new line after the selection. But if we press the caps O, it enters the newly created line above. So add a new line and enter the insert mode in the next line or in the previous line. I think this sentence could be written a tiny bit better, like create a new line below or above and enter it. I mean, it's not 100% clear that the editor will enter the newly created line, although it makes sense for it to enter the line because clearly you want to put something in a new line that you have created. But how do I remember the O? The O. How do you remember the O? Like, oh, new line. Oh, Long Johnson. I just remember the cat on YouTube. Oh, long piano. Oh, new line. Oh, new line. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Your house is very quiet. No, the house is not quiet. I have my microphone effects tuned to mitigate some of the noise around me. And also the microphone is very directional. It does pick up some cars sometimes. No loud cars today, yeah, for sure. But the window is closed next to me. That's the main reason why you are having the cars muffled. That's a very fancy mic. I like long mics, big ones. Now it got unscrewed. That's not what I wanted. There we go. The bigger the mic, the better. You know that song, Nothing Compares to You? Erase the character under the cursor or the entire line and then insert the insert mode. So where can I use this? Where can I use the erase only one character and then enter insert mode? Like, I don't know, like remove the dot with the letter with the key with the keyboard key S, and we are already in the insert mode. Not sure how I would use that. Let's press capital S here. So the whole line is gone, and we're now typing a new one. Okay, that makes that's useful. That's useful. For example, this entire line here, stuff has been inserted. This entire line sucks, and we need to type a replacement line. So just Shift S, and we are already typing a new line instead of the old one. Good, and then we press the escape key to enter back the normal mode. Okay, so the capital S makes sense for the line replacement. What I use more often in editors is basically killing a bunch of lines, like in the in the series, like kill this line and kill the other one and whatever. Iceblade is asking, could you highlight a lot and then S? Well, we didn't learn how to highlight yet, so let's do that first. What I failed to imagine in my head is how would I use the small s, because the small s deletes only one character and then immediately enters the insert mode. So basically the small s is like, let's replace this one character. I mean, look what is troubling me. So if you want to replace, for example, I'm talking about the logic now, okay? So for example, where are we? Okay, we are now in the word after. We are now in the word after. And we want to put the capital A instead of the small a. That makes sense? Okay, let's make it a capital A. So the instructions would tell us to press the S key, which will delete the current letter and immediately enter insert mode. So let's do that. Okay, lower caps S has entered the insert mode, and now we can put the uppercase A. Okay, that was like one command and then the new letter. There is a easier to remember way, which would be, let's press the letter I to enter insert mode, and now press delete to delete the letter, and now press the letter that. Okay, so I guess this is slower. So if you only need to delete one letter, and on the top of my head, I can think of capitalizing some letters quickly. So instead of pressing two keys, you can just press one key and immediately enter insert mode. Iceblade is asking, so just small caps S, then No I needed. When you press S, it deletes the character and enters the insert mode immediately. So no I is needed. That's the thing. So when you do the S, you're already in the insert mode. Yes. So it's a tiny bit faster to do the tiny adjustments that would be changing just one letter. Maybe there are other examples, but from the top of my head, I could think of capitalizing some words, for example, which you have, I don't know, forgotten to capitalize or something like that. I can read all of the messages in the chat. My apologies for not responding to everyone, but I'm trying to focus on learning stuff. So C, change the character under the cursor. Change the character under the cursor. Okay, let's see what this does. We are on the R. Let's press C. And it kind of, the selection kind of dropped to under the letter. Let's press capital A here. Nothing happened. We returned to the normal mode. Change the character under the cursor, and R is replace the character. And let's try R. Let's try R. And now A. Okay, this is even faster. This is even faster. Kind of like S, but without deletion. I would say kind of like S, but without the need to press the escape to go back to normal mode, right? So if you only need to replace one character, it's better to use the R just to replace it. It's faster. But if you need to stay in the insert mode, then you would do, what was it? I forgot. Then you would do S. Then you would do S. However, I'm still not sure what C is doing. This is very clear. This is very clear. This is, I have no idea what this does. Change the character under the cursor. Okay, so I am under the cursor is capital A. I press C, and now what? I press, I don't know, D. I press D, and it returned to normal mode. I don't get it. Man, Vim. That's not what I wanted. Letters. Where are the letters? Is this Vim? Where are the letters? Insert. There is no insert. I'm confused. Where is the rest of the manual? Maybe it will tell us at the end. Bugs? Probably. See help to do for a list of known problems. Gotta insert it. Yes, correct. The majority of the commands, or all of them, are missing. Online help. Type help. Subject. Help ZZ for the ZZ command. Okay, let's try to do that. Help ZZ. Okay, I see how that works. Quit. Now help C. Let's read help R because I know what it does. R, replace the character under the cursor with character. If character is a new line, a line break replaces the character. To replace with a real, use Control V. Okay, this is a bit more advanced. If you give a count, Vim replaces count characters with count. Okay, I see what it does. Let me try that. For example, reload has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters. Let's press 6R. 6R. And now I can do the... Oh crap. I thought that it will give me a chance to type 6 letters, but instead the 6R replaced the following 6 letters with just the one that I typed after 6R. Okay, let's do help C. What this does. Delete motion text into register X and start insert. I have no clue what this means. When C pop options include the E flag and there is no text to delete, an error occurs and insert mode. Dwayne Arthur just subscribed. Thank you very much for the subscribe on YouTube. Who can help me out with understanding the C command? Or maybe I'm reading the wrong C. No, it's not the wrong C. It's lower caps C. It's lower caps C. It should be this. Delete motion text. But it's here it says change the characters. Here it says delete motion text. I am confused. Let's press C and then, I don't know, L. That's starting to make sense. C. Okay, sorry. C. H. Okay, that makes sense. Now let's go with C. K. Oh, damn, it kills the entire line. C. J. C. K. Okay, I think the PDF got it wrong, but now I understand what it does. Now I understand what it does. Help is your friend. So when you type help C, it says delete and then a motion text. And then starts insert. So this is what it does. This is what it does. For example, let me try with the arrow keys. C and then arrow key to the right. Yeah. Iceblade says, so C marks the letter, then you can add a letter or command. No, it deletes. C deletes. I can't lift my keyboard because my light is plugged into the keyboard. And the cable is a bit short, but we are in the middle of the word based, correct? And when you press C, it now awaits for you to press an arrow key or one of the H, J, K, L letters, which are also arrows in Vim. Okay, so now when you press C, it is waiting for you to tell it whether you want to delete the character on the right, the character on the left, or the entire line above, or the entire line below. That's what C does. So if you want to delete the letter A, you would have to press the left arrow key at this point after you pressed C. Okay, so now I'm going to press the left arrow. See, the letter A is gone and we are now in insert mode. Basically, you have killed a character to the left of your cursor and you got the chance to type a new character because it hasn't entered the insert mode. So that's what that's what help said, and that's what we just learned. But this feels wrong. Change the characters under the cursor. I don't think this works. We already been through this. Give me just a moment to drink. It's good coffee. Where was I? Just to the next one, correct? X, delete the selected characters. Delete the selected characters or the character under the cursor. Let's try the character under the cursor. So let's kill the S with X. Yeah. So basically X behaves in the same way as delete key, but in the normal mode. Yeah, makes sense. Delete keys are X or delete. Delete in insert mode, X in normal mode. If I press the delete key while being in normal mode, then it also deletes. Then it also deletes. The same as X. Okay, okay. Northern Chimp, hello back. Hello back to the stream. I thought that delete will not delete the key under the character in normal mode. Sorry, I like to have my legs up on the chair, so sometimes I need to swap them because I sit here for many hours with you guys. One of the best things of having a computer on the floor and not on the table or the desk is that I can put my leg on the computer. Very, very practical. Okay, let's go on. Delete the selected characters, but they should be selected. I don't suppose they mean the mouse selection. Well, according to the lesson, we are on VI, not to Vim, but seems it defaults to Vim anyway. You are correct, but the PDF has made a little bit of an error on its own in the very beginning by telling us to use VI and then to use the Vim help. So, whatever. Okay, V. Start a new selection with the current character or the entire line. Okay, and now let's press X to delete those letters. Easy. Okay, so Y is V for selection. Find me a logic. Find me a logic in letter V being selection. Y is V being a selection. There is no logic in that, is it? Near thumb and use often. Well, Northern Chimp says some people still use VI and not Vim. Only because VI is pre-installed on every Unix and Linux system. That's all, I suppose. The reasoning behind this lesson preferring VI. I think simply because when you SSH into some random server, there is near 100% chance that you will have VI pre-installed, and whether Vim will be pre-installed, who knows? Okay, so Iceblade thinks that V is for selection because it's near the thumb. I suppose you, Iceblade, is arguing that selection is a very important feature, and that's why they have. I don't know. Maybe something else is more important than selection, and it should also be near the thumb. Like maybe every key on the keyboard should be near the thumb. I'm just kidding. J. Okay, so not J, but Y. Okay, it's called Y. Sorry. In Croatian, we call this Ypsilon. Jenks the character or the entire line? Where does it jank the character? What does jank mean? Let's try it. Let's try it on the G. It doesn't do anything. Like pull, move, I don't know, it doesn't do anything. When I press Y, it just waits. This description sucks. This tells me literally nothing. Let's use help. JKL maybe? Oh, we can try that. Nope. JKL doesn't do anything with the jank. Let's try help Y. Jank and paste. Northern Chimp, I kind of understood that part, but the PDF doesn't tell me how to use it. Oh, Princess Ashley discovered my old pre-beard emoji. That's me actually, with headphones. Let's do the help Y. Yank and then motion. Okay, so Iceblade was near the solution. Yank motion text into register when no characters are to be yanked. This is an error. I like this emote. I was going to put more, but I get very little viewers on Twitch, so that emoji I put there like 5 years ago or something. I don't know. I used to stream only video games on Twitch before, and I never really had any viewers, to be honest. So then I switched to YouTube. Guys, help me out. Yank, how to use this functionality? It says press the Y button and then do the motion on the text. Why is it recording? Sorry. Quit. Okay, let's press V to select. V to select and then yank. Doesn't work that way. If I do only yank, it still doesn't do anything. What about capital Y? Capital Y doesn't do literally anything? Iceblade, can you repeat the question? Could you Y elsewhere? How? I mean, let's try this. What does yank mean? Define yank. I don't even know what that word is. To pull with a strong, quick movement or jerk. To extract or remove abruptly. To pull on something suddenly. So basically, it would mean like taking the character out of the word and the word. So basically, like cut, I suppose. Yank is basically cut, at least from this description here. Northern Chimp says press P to put, meaning paste. Okay. Y and then P. This doesn't do anything. P. Oh, it pasted the entire line for some reason. Because I used the capital Y at some point. I'm confused. I'm confused. Let's do the capital Y here and then paste. Okay, now it pastes this. No letter has been cut or removed. So it's not yanking, it's just copying. P. Okay, look here. Look here, Iceblade. I am in the very first row. I'm going to press Shift Y, basically the capital Y, just once. Okay. Shift Y. I press Shift Y just once. Then I will go to the empty line just for the sake of clearness. And now I'm going to press P for paste. And it basically pasted the entire line that was in the area while I pressed the capital Y. This makes sense, or maybe not. Actually, it's just Y or YY. Vim tutor says press Y to yank copy the highlighted text. Move the cursor where you want to put it and press P. That's what I tried. It didn't work. It didn't work for me. Look, I am under the letter U and I press lower caps Y. You can see on the bottom that I have pressed Y. And now I go to the right here and I press P. Did it work? Actually, it did. Let's try I. Okay, just I. And put another I here. Let's P. Oh, it did. It did paste. It's still pasting. Okay, after O. After O, and if I select T and press Shift P, it pastes before the selection. Oh, so it actually works. So it actually works. I don't know why I got confused in the first place. So when you press Y on the letter N, it says that you pressed Y, and now it's waiting because maybe I can press V. No, I can't. Can I highlight the entire word? Oh, this sucks. Can I highlight the entire word and then press Y? No, it just interrupts. Oh, it works actually. Good. I'm getting the hang of it, but slowly. Okay, so you press V to select on the beginning of whatever you're going to select. Then you press Y to do the copy command. So it's not yank, it's copy. And then go, I don't know, to here and press P. So it pasted more. And go to the dot up there and press P. And once again, it pasted more because that's what I highlighted and then copied with the Y. Okay, now it's slowly starting to sit into place, but it's a lot of commands which don't necessarily make sense unless you're willing to remember all of them. But if we're going to be fair, Emacs is no more logical than this either. Actually, it's even less logical. So it's a lot of brain training and remembering a whole bunch of different shit that doesn't make any sense until you do it all over again many, many times until you get it in your head. So my apologies. The text does say that yank means copy. I apologize. I kind of missed it. So yank is copy. However, the definition of the word yank kind of tells me it should be cut. So this part is slightly confusing. Paste, we already did that. Small caps pastes after. Caps p pastes before. Undo the last action. That one we did not try. Let's do the undo. Undo, 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 undo. It's pretty good at undoing everything. So Iceblade says, so YY is entire line. Yes, copy entire line. But why did capital Y work for you? I don't know. Here is the entire line. Yeah, let's see. Help Y. So help Y is this, and the capital Y. There is the answer for your question. So YY yank count lines. So YY means press Y, then the number, and then Y again. We're going to try that. That's the copy. But the capital one, yank count lines. So it's the same. It's literally the same. It's literally the same, both of these. Or maybe the YY goes first and then the count. Why did Y do yeah. Okay, let's try once Y and then let's say 5 and Y again. If you see on the bottom left, it says 5 lines yanked. But I typed Y, then number 5, and then Y again. So now I can do paste, and basically it pastes 5 of my lines. Let's try with the capital Y. Okay, so capital Y, and then 2. It doesn't work. Maybe it should be number first. Okay, number 2, and then capital Y. It doesn't work. It just says 5 more lines. Why doesn't the task, the status bar clear? It's making me nervous. The status bar is not clearing for some reason. It just says 5 more lines. For example, I'm going to press Y and now number 2. You can see it on the bottom right. And now I'm going to press Y again. And I have been expecting the status bar to tell me 2 lines janked. But it's just saying 5 more lines. I should practice motions. Well, we are practicing motions right now. This doesn't work for me. Not properly. Okay, number 2 and capital Y. Let's paste. Let's take these 2 lines. Paste. Okay, it works. Let's take these 2 lines. 2 JJ. Paste. Okay, I'm kind of getting the hang of it. So there are 2 ways you can yank or copy. Help Y. So it says yank Not sorry. This one is not important. I meant this one. Yank count lines. You can do the y, then the number, and then y again, and you're done. Also, you can do the number and then YY. It also works. I tried it. And also, you can do the number and the capital Y. It does the same thing. Let's go back to the text. Control R, redo the last action. What was the undo? Undo was U, correct? So U is undo and Control R is redo. Why? Why is it so different? Control R. Who is going to remember Control R? Already at newest change. So you, and now Control R. Okay. I'm just making fun of these. Close and save. Oh, I did not know this. I always do the colon W Q exclamation mark. So ZZ is the same as colon WQ exclamation mark. Nice to know that. Let's do that. ZZ. Saved. ZZ. This is the best command I have seen so far. ZZ. ZZ. Same as the... look at the bottom left. What I'm typing. Colon, write as in W, quit as in quit, and the exclamation mark for overriding any possible questions. On write quit, usually it doesn't need the exclamation mark, but you can use it. Usually when you do a change, for example, you do some change and then you want to just quit, it will not let you quit because you haven't saved the change. Correct? But if you write quit, then it will quit just as the capital ZZ. However, if you change something more, and then if you try to quit again, it will not let you. But if you do the quit and the exclamation mark like quit, then it will quit and no longer ask you. Apologies if I killed your ears, but the exclamation mark is listen to what I'm saying and stop asking stupid questions. So ZQ is close and do not save. That's interesting. ZQ, okay, insert, let's insert something, ZQ. So ZQ is like Q exclamation mark. I have never ever heard of these commands. Literally, whoever mentioned Vim on any of the live streams, YouTube videos, talking on forums, wherever you would hear about any discussion about Vim and new users, usually people teach other people how to quit Vim, how to enter insert mode, how to exit insert mode back into the normal mode, how to move up, down, left, right, how to save and quit, and that's pretty much it. I have never seen anyone mentioning ZZ. I have heard of ZZ, but from Primogen. Okay, Primogen is the grandmaster of Vim. Of course, he is going to teach you this, but I was talking about normal people. He's not normal people. He is a grandmaster. Like, he's level 99, while I was talking about level 4 people, roughly. If preceded by a number, let me just write something for myself. I need a reminder for later after the stream. A reminder set. Good. If preceded by a number, the command will be executed the same number of times. Okay, so you put a number and then the command. We already learned that part. For example, press 3YY to copy the current line plus the following 2. We learned that as well. Press D5W to delete and the following 4 words. Did we learn about D? We did not. Okay, so D is delete. Isn't X delete? No, X is delete one character. Let me fetch the manual. For example, if I press D here and then D again, it kills the entire line. Okay, so DD is kill the entire line, but DW kills the word. D3W kills 3 words. Okay, let's go to help D. What does D do? Okay, delete text that Iceblade correct. Delete text that moves over into register. Let me see if it is into register. For example, let's go to the what was the command for making a new line? Make a new line. Was it O? Yes, I got it right. It's O. Let's paste it. This may be. Yeah, that was my D3W. Okay, so help D. So into register definitely means putting it into the clipboard. Oh, so it can have multiple clipboards. Let's try multiple clipboards for a moment before I go back to delete motion, because there is more to play around with D. I just want to learn how the X works. A northern chimp, yes, thank you. Okay, let's put the word. Wait, it words like W and W did in Vim. I don't know. I want to put the word device into first clipboard. So let's say 1D, 1 word. Okay, so that was device. And I want this into second register D1 word. So if I got it right, now I have cut two different words and placed them into two different clipboards. But let's go back to the help manual of paste. Help paste. No, I meant P, sorry. Quit. Help P. Put the text from register after the cursor count times. This doesn't make sense. They say that first you type the register number. Okay, so after the cursor, and then count. So it's two numbers. It's two numbers in a row. First you press which register is it, then you press the number for how many times you want it, which kind of limits your buffers to 10 if you can't go over one character for the number. But we're going to get to the bottom of that. Oh, there is a mouse thing here. This is interesting, but let's go back here. So two numbers and then P. Iceblade is asking, oh, you have the number for like different copies, different clipboards. Yes, let's try it. I already have two different words in the clipboard. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Okay, I am on the clear line here. So we have one word in the clipboard 1 and we have a different word in the clipboard 2. So if I press 1P, it should paste the first word. Okay, 1. You can see that I have pressed 1. And now I'm going to press P. Nah, it didn't paste what I expected. It didn't paste what I expected, but okay, let's go with 2P. So it's pasting once or twice. But it doesn't use the second clipboard, so I got the clipboard wrong. Okay, so it pasted twice. Look, if I press like 5P, it pastes my clipboard 5 times. I knew that this is going to happen, but I also expected the second clipboard to show up, like 1P. How the hell? Oh, 11 times. Okay, I understand. So you only have one clipboard and 2D, so not two words, but twice the contents of the clipboard. The letter P, the key P, the keyboard key P is pasting whatever you have in clipboard, but if you type number 2 and then P, it will paste your clipboard twice. So if you have 3 words in your clipboard, you will end up with pasting 3 words twice. What I'm trying to figure out is the register thing. Help D. Look. So it says here, if I want my if I want my delete text, no, it says that I need to press the number for the register. Oh, maybe it's the look, the double quotes. Maybe the double quotes are the key. Maybe the double quotes are the key. Let's do the help P. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Double quotes are the key. Double quotes are the key. I missed that. I missed it. Okay, let's put the word already in the first register by doing the quote. You can see the quotes already in the bottom right corner. And then I'm going to press 1. And then I want to delete. Are you reading what I'm typing on the bottom right? So quotes 1 for the first register, then D for delete, and then 1 for just one word, because now I'm going to press W. That's one word cut into the first register. Now let's go to the word installation, and here I'm going to press quotes 2, delete one word. Okay, so let's try to paste it now. Paste it with quotes 1 and then just P for paste. Already. Okay, let's go to new line. Let's do the quote. Follow what I'm typing in the bottom right. Quote 2 should be register number 2, and then just P for paste. Look, it pasted my second paste. Let's do the first one again. Quote 1 and then P. Word already. So we have 2 clipboards, which is insane. I like it. But I'm kind of starting to understand the love for Vim, but we're not there yet. It still requires a bit more effort to get Emacs out of me. Alrighty, so what I wanted to do. I wanted to do the quotes X is the clipboard number X. Okay, let's do the quote 2. So quote 2 is tipping into the register number 2, and now I want 5 pastes. Voila! We got 5 times the word installation. I'm kind of proud of this new learning. What do you say, guys? What are the chances of someone being so happy about pressing a key on keyboard and getting the word installation written 5 times in a row? What are the chances of being happy about something so silly? Is there a way to see current X registers? You mean like inspect them? I don't know. Help D. Let's go back to delete. Okay, we now understand registers. Delete text that moves over. See below for exceptions. So we need motion. We learned that W means word. DD, delete number of lines into register. So DD cuts the entire line. Unless you put a number in front, then it cuts multiple lines. Okay, that's easy to remember. Capital D deletes the characters under the cursor until the end of the line and count -1 more lines into register. Okay, which is the same as the dollar because it cuts until the end of the line. Let's practice this one. Let's practice this one. Shift D. Oh, it already killed everything until the end except the last character. Help. Can I just do HD? I can. HD works. Just H for help. So delete the characters under the cursor until the end of the line, -1. This is a bit confusing, but it is what it is. What else is there? Visual X or D or delete. Delete the highlighted text into the register, or visual, see visual mode. Starting to understand why people like Vim. I'm pretty sure once you get the hang of most, if not all of the commands, or these are called motions, then it makes you faster. Because in normal editors, you have to use the basic commands such as moving left, right, up, down, delete, backspace, and that's it, pretty much. While in Vim, there are so many different motions, like delete the entire line and put it to clipboard, delete the next word, delete next 3 words, delete previous 2 words, delete 2 next words, put it to clipboard, insert a word after the next one, insert the word after the next letter, insert the word below. I mean, you get where this is going, right? If you can wrap your brain around all of that, it kind of gives you, compared to a normal editor where you have basically 2 commands, which are backspace and delete, Vim gives you like hundreds of commands, not just 2. But it does require some training. But this is not an Emacs class, but Emacs does have some of its own advantages. And a lot of this comes to programming in Lisp. So you can make it do a lot of stuff that Vim cannot. So it's a lot of people kind of argue for fun which one is better, but they really can't compare. Just saying, they are not very comparable. Delete key. Delete key, delete the highlighted text for visual mode. And it says C visual mode. What is BS key, if not bullshit? Backspace. Okay, sorry, it's backspace. Delete the highlighted lines. See visual mode. Let's press enter here. It doesn't work. See, in Emacs, when I would find my cursor at something highlighted, such as this visual mode word, I would press enter and it would go to this link. Let's find visual mode. Switch case of highlighted text for visual. See visual mode. Oh damn, that's a third mode that we haven't even scratched the surface of. So we thought that entering insert mode, then deleting one character, and then typing the same character with uppercase and then pressing escape is normal. Then we learned a faster way, which is staying in normal mode, pressing S to cut this character, and then type a new character instead of the cut character, and then exiting back to normal mode with escape. That's one key press faster. Then we learned about pressing the letter R, which quickly replaces the character for a new one, and then you just press the new character. That's one key press even faster. And just when we thought that it cannot be any faster than R and character, now we see that if you just want the change the casing of the character, you just need to switch to visual mode and press the capital U to toggle the case of the highlighted text. So this is specific to toggling the casing of the text in visual mode, not in normal mode. I'm just stating the obvious here, but it's like Vim gives you the power to do things in 5 different ways, and the result is the same, but each one being faster and faster than the previous one, depending on what you're doing and when you're doing. Switch case of current line. GG's. I still didn't find out how to enter visual mode. I'm searching for the phrase visual mode in the entire help document, which is very long. Which is very, very long, and I don't expect to read it this year. Not today, this year. I'm still holding Shift N and only searching for visual. Ah, it's spinning in circles. I'm stupid. But it's a long text anyway. This is the beginning, right? You're looping? Yeah, tell me about it. You know how I become on stream when it's getting late. More stupid than stupid. Where are the modes? Where are the modes? Ah, there we go. Or not. Visual? No, it's not the modes. Join lines. Remove the indent and insert up to 2 spaces. So this is very specific. Remove the indent and insert up to 2 spaces. Fails when on the last line of the buffer. If the number is too big, it is reduced to the number of lines available. Let's quit and do ZZ and man vim just to see the modes. I think modes were here. There is an easy mode. Let's do the help modes. Overview of which map command works in which mode. That's not what I wanted, but also an interesting discovery. So how many modes do we have? Normal, insert, command, visual, selection, OPR is whatever, term is whatever, lang, what is lang? Apparently 8 modes of behavior. Damn. Zoran says, see you all next week. No worries, Zoran. See you next week. Thank you for the lesson. I think we are close to the end of the lesson anyway, so you will not be missing out on anything. Okay, most editing tasks are combinations of multiple commands. Yeah, we got that already, and this is what feels really powerful. Combinations of multiple commands. For example, the key sequence VEY is used to copy a selection starting at the current position until the end of the current word. We just don't know why this is. I know that V is to start the selection, but why? V is to start selection. E is apparently to go to the end of the word. But why not W? That's the question. And why is to do the copy command? Okay, let's test the theory. I want the word static. Okay, V E Y, and now paste. Static. Yeah, it works. It works. It works. We can undo with U. It works. So apparently E is to go to the end of the word. Let's see what happens if I press E right now without selection. It just goes to the end of the word. Okay, that now is starting to sit. What about the letter W? W is also a word, but it goes to the next word, the beginning of it. So W and E are like brother and sister. Both of them go a word by word. It's just that one of them ends up at the beginning of the next one, and the other one ends up at the end. Most editing tasks are combinations of multiple commands. We did that already. Command repetition can also be used in combinations. We know that already, actually. So V3EY would copy a selection starting at the current position until the end of the third word from there. Does this make sense, Iceblade? It does make sense to me. I'm just checking. VI can organize copied text in registers, allowing to keep distinct contents at the same time. A register is specified by a character preceded by double quotes. So it's character, not a number. And once created, it's kept until the end of the current Vim session. I suppose, or if you overwrite it. The key sequence double quotes ly creates a register containing the current selection, which will be accessible through the register key L. Then the register L may be pasted with double quotes LP. Okay, so we do get more than 10 registers, but we're still limited to just one character, which basically puts us at 37 registers, I suppose. 37 registers, English alphabet plus 10 more numbers. There is also a way to set custom marks at arbitrary positions along the text, making it easier to quickly jump between them. Marks, like bookmarks, are created by pressing the key mark, M, and then a key to address the current position. With that done, the cursor will come back to the mark position when single quote followed by the chosen key are pressed. Let's try that out. So we are now, we are now at the word static here, and let's press M. 1. M1. and then let's go to the universally, and this will be M2. And now we're going to do the single quote 1. Single quote 1. It went back to the line, but not to static. And now single quotes 2 goes to the line where the word universally is. So it's basically a line. Let's try to insert something. Okay. So I have inserted something which changes in which line is the word universally. But if I press single quote and 2, it still goes to that particular line where the word universally is, no matter that I have inserted a new line somewhere in between. It basically remembers which precise line we were at, no matter which number it is. I guess it has an ID of this specific line. What if I change something in this line? Will it single quote 2? Yeah, it still remembers the line for some reason. It's that particular line. Okay, so these are marks. Any key sequence can be recorded as a macro for future execution. I remember watching Primagen doing something like this. I don't really watch him, but sometimes he kind of jumps on my YouTube recommendations, and some of these things can be interesting. A macro can be recorded, for example, to surround a selected text in double quotes. First, a string of text is selected and the key Q is pressed, followed by a register key to associate the macro with, like D. The line recording at D will appear in the footer line, indicating that the recording is on. It is assumed that some text is already selected, so the first command is X to remove and automatically copy the selected text. The key I is pressed to insert 2 double quotes at the current position. Then escape returns to normal mode. The last command is capital P to reinsert the deleted selection just before the last double quote. Pressing Q again will end the recording. So that's a lot of stuff. Now a macro consisting of key sequence xi, quotes, escape, and capital P will execute every time keys at D are pressed in normal mode, where D is the register key associated with the macro. Let's try this. How does it start the recording? Any key sequence can be recorded for a macro can be recorded, for example, to surround text in double quotes. First, a string of text is selected, then the key Q is pressed. First, a string of text is selected, then the key Q is pressed, followed by register D. let me see if I understood correctly. We press V because that's the only way I know how to select text. And then Q, D, and yes, it says we're recording on the D recording, and then X, I, quotes, escape, P, and then Q, recording stopped. Okay, so let's go to the word file and just press at D. At D. Ah, it must be a selection. Okay, let's go to, I don't know, more, and let's go to V selection and then at D. Okay, it works. How useful it is, not entirely sure, but we will get there. We will get there. I suppose this is the simplest possible macro that just puts two quotes. It does. I mean, if you only need two quotes, you don't really need to record a macro. But then if you need to put two quotes like 100 times, it may be easier to do a macro if you're going to repeat that a lot of times. We need to find a better use case for a macro, but I would imagine that the macros are best used when you start doing something many times in a row, if that makes sense. For example, I'm just trying to visualize what have I been repeating many times. Maybe when you want to remove the comments from the beginning of the lines, like remove all of the comments from the beginning of the line. In theory, you can do that with sed, but if you would do that with vim, I guess you could record a macro which says go to the beginning of the line, remove one character, like delete it, and then go to the next line and end recording, and then you would just do the repeat. But if you have like, I don't know, 10 lines that you need to remove, I don't think that you need to press at the 10 times. I think it could work if you type 10 at D. Not sure if that would work, but let's see if I do number 2 at D. Yeah, it makes double quotes. Yes, so you can repeat the macro recording multiple times. So let's try to record what I just said. Here, beginning of the line, we have this hash, right? So we have multiple hashes in a row. And we want to record. How did the recording start? With Q. Q is recording. Let's do the V. Ah, V is visual. Damn. I didn't even realize that. I thought that V is like a selection mode. Okay, V, and then how do I cut a character? Remind me what the cut was. What was the shortcut for cutting? Y is only for Oh, the X. Actually, we don't need to cut. We will just use the X for deleting. Let's do the Q. So recording must start in visual mode. Or not, it doesn't have to start in visual mode. Okay, I've started recording. Let's cut this character with X. We did that. Now let's go one line below. And we're done with the recording. Does this make sense? I have literally recorded, delete the current character, and then go one line below. So let's go here. Here we have 4 of the hashes, and let's say that we can see them, and we want to delete all 4 of them. So now I would press number 4. If you go to the lower right, you can see that I'm typing 4. 4 at D. And yes, it definitely deleted 4 of the hashes. Kind of makes sense. Just repeat my command 4 times. Spam, cut, then down. Yes, but I only recorded 1 cut and 1 down, and then I told it to repeat this recording 4 times. You know? It's not the most brilliant solution, but it is a good beginner practice, I'm sure. Let me just see where we are in the lesson. Alternative editors. And then exercises. Okay, we are fairly close to alternative editors. Just one more page. Change my feet. Did not expect today to be a Vim lesson. I did read last Sunday what is going to be the next lesson, so I did expect it because I saw it. Sorry, just give me a moment to read something. Just a second. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was chatting on Matrix. Don't hate, don't hate. However, the macro will be available only during the current session. Well, that kind of makes sense. To make macros persistent, they should be stored in the configuration file. As most modern distributions use Vim as the VI compatible editor, the user's configuration file is .vimrc, and inside the configuration file, the line let at d equals xi la 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 la. Not sure what this is here. Caret open bracket p will set the register D to the key sequence inside the single quotes. So this is not the same as above, or is it? Escape and then P. Maybe this is escape. Maybe this means escape. Sorry, I got distracted again. I minimized the program that distracts me. We'll set the register D to key sequence inside single quotes. Quotes. Okay, there we go. The same register previously assigned to a macro can be used to paste its key sequence. Okay, colon commands. The normal mode also supports another set of VI commands, the colon commands. Colon commands, as the name implies, are executed after pressing the colon key in normal mode. Colon commands allow the user to perform searches, to save, to quit, to run shell commands, to change VI settings, etc. To go back to the normal mode, the command visual must be executed or the enter key pressed without any command. Let me read this once again. To go back to normal mode. So when you are, I suppose they mean when you're in the help command or something. Or not. Oh, no. I understand. Colon commands, they mean as soon as you press the colon, you are already in this mode from which you may want to go back to normal mode, right? The command colon visual must be executed or the enter key pressed without any command. So that would be like, I don't know, pressing colon and then just enter, and then it goes back to the back to the normal mode. It kind of left the colon in the status bar for some reason. Some of the most common colon commands are indicated here. The initial is not part of the command. Let's start with the second one. Run a following shell command. This kind of sounds interesting to me. Exclamation mark ls. Pretty. We can see what the current folder contains. My Linux install came with VI, says the Northern Chimp in chat. That was in fact a Vim tiny dumbed down package. Yeah, mine as well on Debian. Debian default Vim is Vim tiny. I was mad. Purged it and installed the proper Vim. I don't think that you need to purge it because when you install Vim, I think it gets replaced. I think. Let me check. Because this is what I did. I just installed Vim without purging Vim tiny. Let's see. Apt. No, sorry. dpkg list grep Vim. Oh, Vim tiny is still here. But also the real Vim. So this one stayed for some reason. Vim tiny, can I use it like that? Vim. Vim dot tiny. This one doesn't identify as tiny. But yeah, I suppose I need to purge it. However, installing actual Vim replaced the Vim command. apt purge Vim tiny. Oh, sorry, sudo. It identifies as VI. VI? Nope. When I type just VI, I also get Vim. But look, vim.tiny command still runs vim tiny, I would say. It just doesn't tell me that it is what it is. Look, like help vim. Oh, this is full vim. Quit vi help vim. No, this is still full vim. Vim basic, vim tiny. What is vim basic? Help vim still works. I don't know. Let's just purge it. To hell with it. But I also have NeoVim here. NVim. Yeah, this one starts NVim. Help Vim. Vim. Okay, this is a bit easier to read, being vertical and all. Interesting. I don't want to learn the specifics of NeoVim right now, but I did want to check it out. NeoVim is very it develops very fast, so it's not very good to use the Debian version unless it has backports. Debian backports NeoVim. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Maybe not. How do I see the bookworm? Is this all of the backports? Let me see. Find Emacs. Yeah, I think this is it. Neo. Vim is not in backports. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. And Vim, not here. Vim is not in backports. Sorry about that, Iceblade. I got stuck at the run a following shell command. But Vim was a tab. Okay, so if you type colon, exclamation mark, and I don't know, you can maybe compile your program, run your program that you are editing the source code for. Does that make sense? It replaces all of the occurrences of regular expression with text in the current line. It accepts the same syntax as command sed, including addresses. Good to know that this is the same as sed. Quit or Q, exit the program with the exclamation without saving. Write and quit. Save and exit if needed. What do you mean exit if needed? You mean exit and save if needed. Let's try it. X, exit, or E. Like just X, it exited. Let's change something. GGGFFF, and then just X. Yeah, it wrote and quit at the same time. There are so many things to do the same thing in Vim. So write quit is save and exit, but also exit is the same as write and quit. Also X is the same as exit and write and quit, and also E is the same as write and quit. I mean, if I do the and then colon E, no write since last change. Actually, it's not the same. So X is write and quit, but E is just quit apparently. It's a bit confusing. Colon visual, go back to navigation mode. Visual. I don't get it. Now it's making fun of me. Visual. I don't get it. This is confusing. I have no clue what this does. It seems to be going back to normal mode. The standard VI program is capable of doing most text editing tasks, but any other non-graphical editor can be used to edit text files in the shell environment. Distributions adopting Vim also have the command vim tutor, which uses Vim itself to open a step-by-step guide to main activities. The file is an editable copy that can be used to practice the commands and progressively get used to them. I have seen that, but never actually run it. Vim tutor. Welcome to Vim tutor. Did this open in Vim? Vim is a powerful editor. It is important to do something. Lesson 1.1, moving the cursor. Okay, move the cursor around the screen until you're comfortable. Hold down the J until it repeats. Now you know how to move to the next lesson. Okay, lesson 2. Before executing any of the steps below, read the entire lesson. Press the escape key to make sure you're in normal mode. Type Q exclamation mark. This closes the editor. Ahmed, welcome in. Get back here by executing. Okay. Press X to delete the character under the cursor. Yeah, it's doing that here. Move the cursor to the line below mark. To fix the errors, move the cursor until it's on the top of the character to be deleted. Press X. This is good. This is good. I can already tell that this is a recommended thing to go through for anyone wanting to learn Vim. Besides the lesson that we learned today, this Vim tutor kind of is hands-on. Let's write and quit. It didn't create a new file. Let me delete this welcome here and then ZZ, and welcome has appeared again. Okay, so it doesn't remember changes. I recommend a tutorial video with it. Vim tutor is what everybody should start with. I like it. It seems to be quite detailed. Let's finish the lesson and see what we can do about it. Alternative editors. Users unfamiliar with VI may have difficulties adapting to it, since its operation is not intuitive. Mildly put, a simpler alternative is GNU Nano, a small text editor that offers all basic text editing features like undo, redo, syntax coloring, interactive search and replace, auto indentation, line numbers, word completion, file locking, backup files, and internationalization support. I tried learning Ed, it's so outdated. Fine. By the way, guys, did you hear that Microsoft has made a new version of Edit text editor from DOS? Yes, they made a new version of Edit written in Rust language. Good for them. Unlike VI, all key presses are just inserted in the document being edited. Commands in Nano are given by using the Control key or the Meta key depending on the system. Control 6, start a new selection. Meta 6, copy the selection. Vim Tutor opens a copy of itself every time so you can mess with it following the lesson. Yeah, I saw it in the bottom of the screen. It didn't say the normal path to the file that you're editing. The path was temporary folder and the random file name. See, when I started, it says temporary folder and tutor1 sd7 whatever. Copy the current selection, Control K, cut the current selection, Control U, paste copied content. This is for GNU Nano, okay? Copy, cut, and paste are 6K and U, because why not? And then Meta U is undo, Meta E redo. I'm really not in the mood to remember these now. Simply because I want to get Vim properly in my brain. And this is just messing with my brain at the moment. So I'm just going to skip it and read it out loud and nothing else. Control backslash replace the text at the selection. Control T start a spell checking session for the document or current selection. Emacs is another very popular text editor for the shell environment. Whilst text is inserted just by typing it, like in a nano, navigation through the document is assisted by keyboard commands, like in VI. Emacs includes many features that makes it more than just a text editor. It is also an integrated development environment. Yeah, okay. Capable of compiling, running, and testing programs. Emacs can be configured as an email client, news client, RSS client, but it doesn't say here. It can also be a web browser. It can also be, I don't know, a photo viewer. It can also be, it can also be a video game player. I don't know, you get Tetris with it. I'm not joking. Emacs. There we go. Emacs for the win. But yeah, operating system, yeah. Making it an authentic productivity suite. The shell itself will run a default text editor, usually VI. Ahmed says there is an Emacs Xorg window manager. They are also working on a Wayland compositor. What do you mean by they? Because the Emacs window manager, I don't think it's a part of Emacs, but more like an external module that you need to install, right? Correct? It's not a part of Emacs as a base distribute the community. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. The shell itself will run a default text editor, usually VI, every time it is necessary. What they mean by it is necessary, for example, for those of you who are not following the sentence so far, for example, when you want to edit cron tab, you edit not by editing the file, but by typing cron tab -e for editing, right? And it is asking you which one is it going to be your default text editor in which the cron tab config file is going to be edited. But this is only going to ask once, and then it is going to be your default editor. So let's go ahead and use, I don't know, Emacs. I would prefer if it's Emacs. So now we are in Emacs, which has opened my see the buffer here. So I have opened the cron tab configuration file, which I can edit and then save and exit, and then it will be applied. For example, I don't know, I'm not going to edit my cron tab. I'm just going to edit some shit here that is commented out. Let's say each can be having more H's, and then I'm going to press Ctrl X S to write the cron tab. And if you look at the bottom, where did I save this file? I have saved it to the temporary folder crontab.8nfw9i/crontab. Why there? Because the temporary editor has opened the crontab configuration in the default editor, and now I can just exit the editor of my choice. And if I go to the temporary folder, you can see that there is no such folder. It's gone. And if you do the crontab-e again, it will once again open the default editor, but it is not going to ask anymore. Now it just opens up Emacs because I told it that this is my default editor. And you can see that it remembers what I changed. So I'm going to put it back and I'm going to save it again. And now it saved it into the folder called crontab.v4xz. So immediately you can tell this is not the folder that it has been used previously. It's just a temporary place where you are editing the configuration for crontab. I believe the reasoning behind this, at least when it comes to crontab, is that when you are editing crontab, you want to be sure that nobody else is tinkering with your config file at the same time if there are multiple users. Don't hold me to this, but I think that's the reasoning behind it, why you're not editing the actual config file. So now we are editing a temporary config file, and then we're just going to dump it, save it, and apply it from there, and then it is going to be deleted from the temporary folder. XS, no changes to be saved because I already saved it. XC to exit. List, no such thing as crontab here. Not to mention that you have to learn Emacs Lisp as well. Yes, if you want to use Emacs, you have to learn Emacs programming language. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense to use Emacs. I picked this up. I picked this up from Primagen actually. I'm just repeating after him. It doesn't matter which editor you use. He may be using Vim / NeoVim. You may be using Emacs, but the reasoning behind that, why it doesn't matter which editor you're using, is because, as he said, the most important thing is to use your editor to the fullest, to learn it to the fullest, to use as much of its power as you can learn, basically. Once you master your editor, whichever it is, you're going to be better at using it than by using something that is, by popular opinion, better than your editor, but in which you're not that good, right? And I use the fancy Notepad++. Yes, Iceblade, if you are the master of Notepad++, then that's probably the best one for you. Better to use all of the features of Notepad++ than use something that people believe is better and not learning it properly. Oh crap, they gave the same example as I did. How funny. The shell itself will run a default text editor. This is the case, for example, when crontab-e is executed to edit cron jobs. Bash uses the session variables visual or editor to find out the default text editor for the shell environment. For example, the command export editor equals nano defines nano as the default text editor in the current shell session. To make this change persistent across session, the command should be included in bash profile. Ahmed says, I think the appeal for Emacs is that it creates an environment you can navigate entirely with the same key bindings. It's not as easy to do that with Vim. I'm not sure what you meant. It creates an environment you can navigate entirely with the same key bindings. What do you mean by what is environment in your uh, message here? Ahmed says, I mean running everything under Emacs. I mean, you can't really run everything under Emacs. It's not that powerful. It can't replace everything. When I started learning C programming, I was thinking about which editor to pick for myself. At that time, I didn't know Vim or Emacs whatsoever. So I was kind of doing the eeny, meeny, miny, mo to pick one to learn and stick with. And I was trying to I tried to explain to myself why I would pick this one instead of the other one. That's kind of that's how I felt, right? And I understand Vim. I'm not the master with Vim clearly, but I had a rough idea of what it could do. And then I saw that Emacs cannot do many of these things that Vim can do. And then I thought to myself, okay, what is the advantage of Emacs? Then I realized that Vmax has a built-in shell. Emacs has a built-in debugger. Emacs can do the built-in compiler. Emacs can open up many windows at once and give you I don't know, step through debugger of your code, which you can immediately see on the screen and execute in a shell at the bottom of the screen or whichever place you put it. It like becomes a little bit of an IDE, integrated development environment. And this felt really kind of cool for what I wanted to use it. And then someone told me that I can use Emacs in evil mode, and I presume that evil means like the fight between Vim and Emacs. What evil mode in Emacs is, it basically gives you the key bindings of Vim. So basically you get whatever Vim can do and whatever Emacs can do all in one. And then I just said, okay, Emacs wins this one. I never used Emacs evil mode. I don't really need it. I'm fine with Emacs key bindings. But yeah, you can do that. Emacs is the opposite of the Unix philosophy. I suppose. Evil Emacs, yeah. Like evil mode being in Vim mode. I'm just gonna show you quickly. SSH 9910. Okay, Tmux attach. So this is my running session on a different computer. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. I am at the very, very beginning of learning C programming. Like I am from level 1 to 1000, I'm like level 2 in C, okay? Don't judge my code. But this is how I'm currently using Emacs. I have like two panes, and in the right pane, I have my shell. In the left pane, I do my code, and I just switch between the left and right pane with my keyboard, and I have my backup file here. I have my output that I have compiled, like GCC guess. Usually the now it's a bit better. I can just compile it, correct. See, there is a dot out, and then my program tells me that it has imagined the number and I should guess it. And then I say 5, and it's not 5. And then I say, is it 42? Yeah, you have succeeded in 2 attempts. Basically, I told myself which number is being imagined, but that's how I play with Emacs. For now, I just use two panes to do coding on one end, and the execution on the other side. I haven't gotten to debugging yet, but I have seen what it looks like, and it's kind of convenient because if you do the GNU debugger, GDB, in the shell, you will be outside of your editor completely. So you can use GDB with Vim to debug your program, but you will have to exit Vim in order to enter the debugger, or at least I don't know how else to do it. In Emacs, you get GDB debugger integrated into the environment, so we get the code and the debugger and the execution and the results and the step through everything on one screen all at once, and a bunch of useful information. It's kind of like a spaceship when it enters the debug mode, and you see everything at once. But you need a higher resolution than this screen. It's not going to work on this screen. Everything is going to be cramped. Ahmed says Richard Stallman has a funny quote. You can use a free implementation of VI, but remember that VI is the number of the beast. Yes. Nice one. Okay, Tmax, detach, exit. I'm gonna leave my session running. Let's finish the lesson. Oh, no more coffee. But I do have some water. VI is the most used as an editor for configuration files and source code, where indentation helps to identify sections of text. A selection can be identified. A selection can be indented to the left by pressing less than, and to the right by pressing more than. I didn't even know that. Let's try it. Oh, it works. You press it twice and it does the indentation. Nice. Okay. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to indent the current selection 3 steps to the left? Three steps to the left. I suppose you press the number 3 and then this key. Sorry, I should have asked you guys to do that, but let's indent to the right. Number 3 and then to the right. Oh no, that's 3 lines. But nice to know that. I indented 3 lines. Let's repeat the question. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to indent the current selection 3 steps to the left? To be honest, I don't understand the question. How do you indent something to the left? Let's go, I don't know, V. Okay, I have a selection and let's indent to the left somehow by pressing the less than. Nope. That doesn't work this way. I'm gonna skip to the next question because I don't understand this question, so I can't answer it. I mean, what keys should be pressed in normal mode to indent the current selection 3 steps to the left? I suppose it's the less than key, but you need to press it multiple times. Maybe we can read help. Help and then less than. Shift motion. Sorry, something broke again. Help less than. Okay. Less than and then motion. Shift lines, one shift width leftwards. If the var tab stop feature is enabled and the shift width option is set to 0, the amount of indent is calculated at the first non-blank character in the line. Shift count lines, one shift width leftwards. Yeah, that's what I did previously. I pressed the less than twice to do the command. But also you can do it, shift and then the number. Okay. Okay, it makes sense now. Let's push it to the right. Let's push, I don't know, let's push this one to the right here. So to the right and then 3 times. Number 3. And what now? Enter? No, that's 3 lines again. That's 3 lines again. Let's do the help again. It says shift. Okay, let's try help to the right. Shift motion lines, one shift width rightwards. Yeah, one shift width. Shift count lines, one shift width. shift range lines, one shift width, one shift width. How do we do it multiple times? Range left indent, range to the right flags, shift count, range lines, one shift. For shifting, multiple shift widths. Repeat the right, repeat the more than for shifting multiple shift widths. So it just tells me like repeat it, repeat it, repeat it. No. It just tells press it multiple times. It says repeat pressing it for multiple shift widths. You need to press it multiple times. At least that's how I understand it. So my answer to this question, what keys should be pressed? The keys that needs to be pressed are this 3 times, right? 3 times to the left, yeah. So this is my answer. Press less than 6 times. Twice for once, twice more for another once, and twice more for another once. So basically, if you want to indent 3 times to the left, my answer is press less than 6 times. If you have a better answer than me, give it in the chat and then we will see at the end. The answer is stupid, but I don't know the better one. An entire line can be selected by pressing the capital V in the normal mode. However, the terminating new line character is also included. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to select from the starting character until but not including the new line character? I think I know the answer. I have a lot of pain in my legs from sitting in awkward positions. I will have to go to do some walking around soon. I have both of my legs up on the chair now. I would say the $sign as well, yes. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to select from the starting character but not including the new line character? Yeah, so the lower caps V and then the $. Okay, so lower caps V and then $. I think that's it. How should VI be executed in the command line to open bash profile and jump straight to the last line? Do you remember the answer to this one? I do. There is 7 people watching. Please feel free to answer some of these questions so that Iceblade is not alone with giving answers. There is 7 of you. I'm sure somebody knows how to open VI on this file and jump straight to the last line. No, Iceblade. No. How should VI be started from the command line, from shell? No, it's not GG. You want to open bash profile and jump straight to the last line immediately upon opening the editor. So you type VI and then no. It's not that. How do you jump to a specific line in VI immediately upon running the editor? Okay. So this is Vim bash profile. Okay, let's open bash profile in Vim. Did we do it? Yeah, but there is nothing there. So let's bash rts, for example. Okay, so this is bash rts. Okay, let's quit it. So the question is asking us how to open bash rts with Vim, but not go anywhere else but to the last line immediately. Okay, so what is the command? What is the command to go to the last line immediately? If it helps, it's very similar to how you go to the 6th line or the 15th line. Anyone in chat, or is everyone shy? Can I give an answer? Iceblade, you haven't even read the question. You can't press Ctrl 6 in bash. The question is about bash, not about Vim. You don't remember because you misunderstood the question. How should VI be executed in the command line? You can't use Ctrl 6 in the command line. You can only type commands in the command line. You know, in the command line you do the ls and stuff like that. In the command line you can do vim command and then press enter. You can't do Ctrl 6 in the command line. Maybe you can, but I'm not aware of that. Okay, so the answer is plus. Okay, the answer is Vim. Now you're somewhat closer, but this is the answer. What you see on my screen right now, this is the answer. Vim plus file name. Okay, that will jump to the last line. I'm going to press enter now so you can see it. You see, we are now at the end of the file. If I quit and put number 5 here, it will jump to line number 5. There we go. You can see here which line we are at. It's the line number 5. Okay, what keys should be pressed in VI normal mode to delete characters from the current cursor position until the next period character? Northern Chimp doesn't know the answer. What keys? Period forgot that one. Yeah, me too. So what keys should be pressed to delete characters from the cursor until the period? It was the one that we discussed while Alexei was active in chat. I do remember that. So which command goes to the end of the sentence? Y was copy, P was paste, W and E were words, Q is recording, R is replace, T, I don't remember we used T at all today, U is undo, I is insert mode, O is make a new line, P is paste, I'm just reading my keyboard, P is paste, A is, I think A is similar as to insert mode, but it goes to the beginning of the line. S is remove the character under the cursor and go to insert mode. D is delete. F, what is F? I don't remember F at all. G, I don't remember G. H, J, K, L are arrows. And then we have Z. I don't remember Z. X is the delete key. Literally delete the character that is under the cursor. That plus works. It takes you to the beginning of the last line. Yeah, but it is the correct answer to the question. So who said C? Was it Iceblade? I still am not sure what C is. V is visual mode. B, no clue. N, no clue. M is mark. So it must be C. It must be C. Which keys should delete characters from the current position until the next period. Until the next period. Let's test. Will the C go to the next period? The C kind of ate my entire sentence. What keys should be pressed to delete characters from the current cursor position until the next period? I'm trying to find out. Okay. V, we are not in the, okay, now we are in normal mode. V for visual, then C, nope. C is not the one. DT, Anish, welcome in Anish. Anish says DT. DT. DT doesn't do anything. Either your command is incomplete or wrong. DT dot. DT dot. Let me try on some other sentence. For example, if you want to remove static file system information, let's go to the beginning of the word static and press DT dot. DT dot. That worked. What about DT column? So it deletes up until the character that you type. Apparently, Anish gave a correct answer, but I think there is another way to do it. Okay. Thanks a lot, Anish. This works. I think there is another way to do it, like go to selection mode, then jump to the end of the sentence because the question is about the dot. So you could use the command to highlight until the end of the sentence and then use the command to delete the highlight. Okay, let's keep what Anish said as one of the possible solutions, but I would like to find out which command will enter the highlight and then highlight until the end of the sentence. How do we do that? Let's go with help, sentence. A sentence is defined as ending at dot or exclamation mark or question mark, followed by either end of the line, space, tab. Any number of closing brackets may appear in the middle. If the J flag is present, I don't think I'm in the right place. Okay, I'm gonna keep Anish's answer as the correct one, but I still think that maybe they wanted us to use V for highlight and then some special key to highlight everything until the end of the sentence and then just, remove it. But I don't know which combination is that. So let's just keep the dt dot. Let's do these quickly and then finish for today. Vim allows to select the blocks of text with arbitrary width, not only sections with entire lines. By pressing Ctrl plus V in normal mode, a selection is made by moving the cursor up, down, left, and right. Using this method, let's see what this does first. I'm not even sure what am I doing. I'm selecting like a block. It's kind of vertical. Using this method, how would a block starting at the first character in the current line containing the next 8 columns and 5 lines of text be deleted? Okay, this is a lot. I mean, the stupid way would be just to use Ctrl V at the beginning of the line and then go 8 times to the right and 5 times down. This is what I just did. This is what I just did. I mean, I can use what Iceblade says, but I don't think so. So Ctrl V and then why 08W? Why not just 8W? Yeah, that's a word. I think it's just Control V and then to the right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then to the down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But there is nothing in this row, so it kind of didn't select. But if the row contains something, it will work. I don't know. I don't know. A VI session was interrupted by an unexpected power failure. When reopening the file, a VI prompts the user if they want to recover the swap file, an automatic copy made by VI. What should the user do to discard the swap file? Let's try to do this. Don't think we even learned that in this lesson. I'm just trying to reproduce the power failure. Okay, so we have Vim tab currently running in a different Emacs window. You can see it on the bottom. Emacs 1 is bash, Emacs 0 is vim. Okay, so let's kill -9. 9 means like kill it real good. If I don't specify -9, then vim will basically exit. We want to really kill it. And then it's pid. Okay, now I killed it, and you can already see that the first window of Tmax is no longer vim, it's now bash, because vim is dead. Okay, let's go back to the window where we had vim. Let's repeat vim first tab. And now it says, attention, found a swap file by the name .tab.swap owned by Dart, dated this date, file name Dart first tab, modified yes, username Dart, hostname lpic demo, process ID was 43,400, while opening file first tab, dated blah, blah, blah. Another program may be editing the same file. If this is the case, be careful not to end up with two different instances of the same file when making changes. An edit session for this file crashed. If this is the case, use :recover or vim-r fstab to recover the changes. If you did this already, delete the swap file to avoid this message. So O for open read only, E for edit anyway, R for recover, delete to delete it, quit to quit, abort with A. Anish says capital E would be edit anyway. What should the user do to discard the swap file? Edit anyway, right? I'm not sure. E will edit anyway. D will delete it. D will delete what? The swap file. Iceblade, A is definitely not the answer. If we press A, then we will go back to the command line like nothing ever happened. Actually, we can do A simply. I did A, and we're back to the command line. So if I do vim fstab, once again there will be a swap file, because A is simply abort. Like, I don't want to do anything. Sorry. So A is definitely the wrong answer. The correct answer is either E or D. Personally, I will choose D to delete the swap file. Anish says E for edit anyway. I don't know, let's go with E. But I'm not sure what I did with E. This is the content of the swap file. Okay, I'm not going to save this. Let's go to bash. Let's kill Vim. Okay. Let's open first tab again. Then press E. I will press E. I will press E, and if the file contains the row saying this is the swap file, then Anish is wrong, and we haven't discarded the swap file. Let's press E. It doesn't say this is the swap file. I guess then Anish is correct. Let's try it again. Okay. I killed it. Now I am gonna press D to delete it. The result is the same. I don't know then. So E says edit the file anyway, which kind of seems logical to, discard the swap file. I guess you deleted the swap file. Let's see it. Vim first tab. Yeah, there is no swap file. Let's put swap in here, and then kill it once again, and then run it again. And now let's press E for edit anyway, but not change anything, and quit. And let's start Vim again, and once again we have swap file. Yeah, so E is to edit anyway and ignore the swap file, leave it. D is to edit anyway but delete the swap file, and R is to recover, meaning open the swap file and edit that. Let's press R this time. R. Something is wrong. Maybe capital R. No, it's the same. Oh, I have multiple swap files. Which one do you want? Enter the number. 3. Recovery completed. Yeah, that's the last one with swap. Sorry, so we had multiple swap files, and I have recovered the last one, and now I'm going to write quit, and the Vim first tab is now offering the rest of the swap files. We are now going to edit anyway, and it will say swap. Now I'm pressing the letter E, and it now says swap because I have recovered the one that had swap, and then I write quit into the file, and then we discarded the other two. Okay, I understand it now. So the question is, what should user do to discard the swap file? I think it's D and not E. I think it's D and not E, because discarding the swap file, I think it means delete it. That's just what I think. The result is very similar. Now the Ice Blade is asking the $1 million question. Well, E is for ignore and D is for delete. And the question wants us to do the discarding. In my opinion, discard means delete. Anish thinks that discard doesn't mean delete. Anish thinks that discarding means ignoring. Correct? But I think that discarding means deleting. So in a way, we are both correct. Both me and Anish, we're both correct, but we have different definition of what discarding means. Yes, so we will see at the end whether the correct answer is E or D. Mine is D, Anish says E, and we are both correct. Let's read the last question. In a Vim session, a line was previously copied to register L. What key combination would record a macro in register A to paste the line in register L immediately before the current line? This is a little bit of a brain wrecking. A line was previously copied to register L. What key combination would record a macro in register A to paste the line in register L immediately before the current line? First of all, how do you paste before the current line? With capital P, correct? Capital P pastes before the current line. I'm just using this as a place to type something. So the answer to the question in the PDF is capital P will paste before the current line, but we need to paste the register L, which is quotes L P, quotes LP will paste the register L, but we want to record this. What key combination would record a macro in register A? Basically, the macro in register A will be Q for recording, but we want to record in register A, so that would be register A Q register LP and then Q again. Am I correct? Is this the correct sequence? Basically, quotes A means register A, start recording, and then register L paste in the line before and then quit recording. Iceblade says Q quotes A quotes LP and then the open bracket for some reason. Okay. Anish, do you have an answer to this one? We have Iceblade's answer. We have my answer here. Can we have a third answer before we finish? I'm gonna leave my little window open for later for a review. Anish says also the same as mine. Okay. Let's see the answers. VI is most used as a text editor for configuration, blah, blah, blah. A selection can be indented to the left by pressing less than. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to indent the current selection 3 steps to the left? Iceblade believes that he got this one, but it's not correct. I'm gonna open another tab and leave this one here. Look, Vim etc tab. Maybe that's the wrong file. Sorry, I'm going to the beginning of the line. It's a long line. Okay, so if you want to indent to the right, you say number 3 and then a greater than. Okay, 3 greater than doesn't do anything. Okay, let's do 3 less than. Doesn't do anything. You need to have a selection first. Like V. Is this? Okay, I have a selection. I have a selection and then 3 less than. I have a selection 3 greater than. 3 less than. V3 less than. I guess it works. I guess Iceblade was right all along and I just didn't use it properly. Iceblade wins. Apparently I used it wrongly or something. Because when I did that, it kind of indented 3 lines or something. 3 different lines. And not 3 steps to the left. This needs a bit more practice. An entire line can be selected by pressing capital V. However, the terminating new line character is also included. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to select from the starting character, including from the starting character until but not including the new line character? And everyone answered I think everyone answered normal V and then dollar. I think you can check in chat. The keys should be pressed in normal mode to select from the starting character. Starting character. I thought that starting character means under the selection and not the first character in the line. But okay, 0 to 0 to go to the beginning of the line, then V for visual mode for selection, then dollar to go to the end of the line. Everyone knew that. And then H for some reason. So jump to start of the line, start selection, go to the end of the line, and H to go back one position. Okay, I don't think that anyone got the go back one position correctly. But I also think that only Iceblade and me was answering this one. Okay, how should VI be executed to go back to... Iceblade thinks he did 0 W dollar. Okay. How should you execute VI and go straight to the last line? VI plus file. That's what Iceblade had a lot of trouble understanding the question. Yeah. What keys should be pressed in normal mode to delete characters from the current cursor position until the next period character? So it's DT dot. D means start deleting. T means jump to the character. And which character it is? It is the dot. So, yeah, we know who got that correctly. Vim follows... Vim allows to select blocks of text with arbitrary width. Blah, 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 blah. How would a block starting at the first character on the current line containing the next 8 columns and 5 lines of text be deleted? Deleted. Deleted. I thought that the question was how it would be selected. Anyways, 0 to go to the beginning, and then Control V to enter the special selection mode. We did not know that. And then 8L, 5J. Oh, and then delete. I see what they did. I see what it did. So 0 and Control V, that's easy. That's how it starts. And then 8L means 8, and L, these are the motion keys. H, J, K, L, right? So these are the arrows. So 8L to go 8 times to the right. Basically L, 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 L. And then 5J to go 5 times down, and then delete. This part eluded me completely. This part eluded me completely because I was with my brain in the normal arrows. Yeah. H, J, K, and L are the special arrow keys in Vim. A VI session was interrupted when reopening the file. Vim prompts the user, how would you discard? Press D. So press D to discard. Yep. sorry, Anish. Sorry, Anish, but apparently they, by discard, they meant delete. D was delete and E was edit anyway. E was edit anyway, D was delete the swap file. What should the user do to discard the swap file? User should delete it in order to discard it. So I kind of win. This one. In a Vim session, a line was previously la 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 la, and the correct answer is this one. Huh. Let me see in the chat what Iceblade answered. Iceblade answered something like Q quotes A quotes LP. So nobody is correct, because Iceblade's answer is also wrong. Mine is wrong. Anish's is wrong. Nobody got it right. So first you need to press Q to start recording. Then you press A to assign the register A to the macro. So first Q, then where you're recording. And then quote L, and then basically the rest of it. The first part we got wrong. We need to press Q first, and then which register is going to hold the macro, not the quotes. We're done, boys and girls and princesses. Partitions and file systems next. It's past midnight here. I'm going straight to bed. My wife too. And I'm going to see you in the next Sunday. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Good night.